Hello, and welcome. How do I start a new game? Here we go. Exit game didn't actually exit game. Campaign. Start. Continue means start. Alright. Hello and welcome to The Blob Up. Checks out Traffic Giant. Map size. Small. This is the first level in the campaign. Oh, I need to, well... You're going to have to trust me for what's behind me. Map size small. Inhabitants, 3,782. Mission 1. For the first time, you can prove here in Lamington that you really are capable of setting up a functioning local transport system. The city is clearly structured. It shouldn't be difficult. Within 4 years, have $1 million and have coverage of 40%. Now, I fiddled around with this for like 10 minutes off screen, and I worked out how to slow down the game with minus. It really is a bit painful that the arrow keys and WSAD don't move you around. You have to rub the cursor on the edge of the screen, or else you can right-click and drag. It would be nicer if this moves around better. So yeah, those were... We actually did get told the goals if you read the intro thing. I originally thought it didn't tell you at all. And that it would have something when you load into the level, but no. Now what can we do? How do we build? Who knows? The tutorial doesn't tell you. Because there is zero tutorial. It's just, you play now. Can I create a road here? Central City, depending on where you are. So if like we look over the top of this thing, we get the noises for the fair. If we exist over the top of the church, we get the church bells. So it does have nice environmental sound. How does one build something? It's most likely for a dumb technical reason. How do we build a new track? No. No. How do we build a new track game? Ooh. Here we go. Trains. You did it today, and the achievement triggered when the building got finished. You ended the run when the building was still under construction. I'll have to check those conditions, but I seem to remember that you exist as... that as soon as the building slot was taken up, it would trigger. because all it was counting was building slots. Now, how do I want my tram line to go? Sure, like that. And we'll go here. How do we turn a corner? Oh my god, it doesn't auto go into every direction. Okay, now we see one rather significant fault with this. How am I supposed to know if this goes around the corner or not? It's obscured by a building, and there's no, like, rotate map. Sorry, you guys are going to have to walk to over here. Apparently I can't get this to turn the corner. That's not allowed. That's allowed, which is at least somewhat nice. It really doesn't want to let me... There we go. Go like that. There we go. We will get there. Yes, the version number information is in the run, so you can always check against the requirements of the version that I've run in. And if you don't know, the commands for checking afterwards are you de-Ironman the save, load it up, and then it's debug_achievements. There we go. Yeah, how you build tramway in this at least seems clunky. There you go. The people out here are just going to have to live without. No undo button is absolutely murderous. I wonder if they can turn in those little circles. Guess we'll find out. Alright, so now in theory we have our potentially one-way tram line. Please, no game. Stop trying to go around that way. No, I don't want to go around that way. No. Oh, sweet Lord. Come on. There we go. Good. Morning, Salah. Good. Maybe you're just meant to draw it out as one single line, rather than as segments like I am. It definitely feels like drawing it backwards is the way to go, though, not forwards. Okay, now how do we add tram stops on this? I think we'll go with stops with seats. So how does this work? I see. Ah, it even shows you what buildings they affect. Seems like one a block is about right. Okay, now how do we build a tram? Ho ho! And then it goes green when you've made a full loop. Okay, so we have our clockwise loop. Sure. Happy. There's little smiley faces. How do we add a vehicle to it? The counterclockwise outer loop. Sure, but how do we add vehicles? Here we go. Bus, 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 tram. Oh my god, now I have no money. One tram uses up like 3/4 of the starting money. Okay, now how do I assign you to a thing? How do I assign it to this? We've definitely bought the vehicle. How do we assign it to a, How do we assign it to the... to our loop? I mean, I see the game hovering at about -30, and I'm sitting at about 5. It looks fine. Yes, I have to look at the... It's not a game that lets me run in windowed, so I have to go all the way over here to the other side of my screen. How do we assign this to a loop? I mean, that looks like sell based on the buy button. Right, to me this says vehicles 0, stops 7. I need to know how to assign a vehicle. Here we go. Maybe it's it started a video and it's ruined your guys' version of what you see, but for me that is full screen. Stretched full screen, but full screen. New public transport system established and X-ray systems. The streetcar. There we go. Okay, our tram is now doing something, except that it's killed my ability to see what you guys... I'm gonna have to alt tab out for a sec. That video, them playing that in-game video file killed my screen layout. There we go. And look, we can actually see the tram. All right, speed up. Okay, so the only mistake I've made so far... It's only the video that was the weird thing. The game natively runs... I can show you. We can show you that. Yeah. Open the settings. I was surprised. It natively runs in 920 by 1080. It's only the little videos in this menu that screw up the ratios. Continue. Now, our vehicle appears to be losing money. I'm assuming that this is how much money it makes. And yet our money doesn't seem to be going down. Their money went down a little bit. Does not seem like we have created a useful tram system. We may be failing level 1. It's a city? How horrifying. Yes. They have cities where you live, Vummer. Imagine Vummer living in, like, Dr. Evil Bond villain lair. No, I think we're about to run out of money in month 3. Though I don't know what you're supposed to do then, because we built a single tram and we didn't start with enough money to build 2. So it's not like I could have built a two separate routes. Hmm. Well, at least we should learn how much the other things cost for next attempt. So where was it? Here. Here. So far, all the prices on the buses have been linear. Right, the bus that costs 60,000 had literally twice the capacity of the bus that costs 30,000. We could make a maglev system. No, I think we're going to have to use buses for this first level. Oh, no, money went up. Why? Why did money suddenly go up? Our tram made money. Since when is it making money, and why? It was losing money last month. Also, how do we tell the coverage? Yeah, it made money. We made a profit. We're evaluated at 53. Is 53 good? Is 53 bad? We've got more popularity than not. It's not an overwhelming majority, but it's a majority. 53% popular. We have about half the coverage we need. Do I not stop at that stop? These people are unhappy. Do we not stop there? No, we do stop there. That's okay. This is murdering us. Now, it does actually have really nice zooming. What was the zoom in and out again? This thing. So one thing I have to give it is this does look a lot nicer when you zoom in and out than Railroad Tycoon. But in part, that's probably just because it supports a much, much higher base resolution. You want to skip this? Yeah. For a first go at a first level, I'm not too unhappy. We'll see how it goes. It's also our most popular stop, right? This is a big-ass factory. And this. Like, this is supplying the two big workplaces. How do I dismode? Right? The reason that this is so busy, I think, is mostly because this is where all the workplaces are. So if we remove this, I don't think people are going to want to use the transport because it won't be taking them to work. Can we speed up even more? Or is this the... No, this is max game speed. So why are you unhappy? Because there's so many people waiting. Can I find out more? So maybe we should build the larger stops here? Okay, let's upgrade the two unhappy ones to a heated waiting room. See if that makes people any happier. No? Slow down. Oh god, no. No, 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 I didn't want to build those. Okay, there we go. Accidentally wasted $6,000. Instant sensory overload? I'm in a mode again where it won't try and build things every single time I click somewhere. Alright then, I reckon we wait for this existing tram to make 200k, and then add a second tram to this loop. Because I think part of the reason people are unhappy at the moment is that there's so many waiting at the things for so long. So if we double the frequency of service, they will be much happier. That said, I've also learnt that I should just build everything on the outside edge. So let's start again. Now, I know this says exit game, but it actually means return to main menu. Campaign. A normal campaign. Yes. Attempt 2. Go. Slow down. Now that we have a little idea what we're doing. A little. Still not a lot. no, come on. I need you to turn the corner. Yeah, there we go, like that. When it was here. 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 And back down to where we started. Okay. Add in... Well, actually no. Buy the tram first, because it is ludicrously expensive. Rip almost all our money. Now stations. But everywhere else only gets a stop with a seat for now. Yeah, that looks about right. Now, where was the build line? New line build. How did we get this to happen? Okay. Done. There's the loop. We rename it. The counterclockwise outer loop. And we add the train. Well, the tram. Now, how did we do that again? This plays the silly village. The silly video about it. The character models make me think of Might and Magic 7. The 3D character models from the cutscenes in Might and Magic 7. Here, especially. Like this bit, that guy, he is Korak, right? Now you're going to have to forgive me for a sec because I have to rearrange my windows because playing the video kills everything. There we go. Then we're back. This is where we find the blaster. Okay. And then how did we add it to a thing again? No, there we go. It's already added to the right thing. Perfect. Speed up. Wait for the money to roll in. Now. This does feel a little bit like overkill insofar as we've never seen a single stop have more than, like, I think 30 people at it. So, honestly, buses probably would be the better thing to use. But that would involve using buses. And we are rail or bust. Okay. It is making money from the get-go this time. Oof. That one at the top left just went yellow. Are we trying for throughput? So the goals for this level are you need 40% coverage and $1.5 million company value after 4 years. I really do hope for saving for the second tram to take coverage frequency up enough that all these people are happy, rather than some of them going yellow. At the current rate, it'll only be like 3 more months and we can afford it. What's the currency? There are no currency units expressed, Cal. Our currency is currently 137,000 point dash. So they could be Felanian bobble beads. It might be pieces of lint. Buttons. Bottle caps. Oh, this might not actually... Yeah, okay. This isn't monthly earnings, this is like lifetime earnings of this loop. That's a bit less useful information. Okay, slow down. We've got enough to build a second tram. Let's go. This. Go. How do we add it to the... How do we assign you to the route? The first one seemed to auto-assign. How do we assign a second one? Like that. There we go. Alright. Well, we'll see in a sec. Is that now 2 of them? Yes, except they're now in line with each other, which is not at all what I wanted. So let's wait a sec. Wait for it to be about halfway around its loop. And then add back in the second one. And they're not keeping their spacing perfectly. What's the... Never! Time yourself out, Salah. Suggesting that we use a bus. I am disgusted and disappointed, Salah. bus. Not on this channel. But yes, buses probably are actually the sensible choice because they are far, 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 far cheaper. The cheapest bus was like 20k, whereas the tram was 200. So we could have 10 buses for the cost of the one tram. But I am ideologically opposed to buses. So we will not be embracing the bus. Think about the throughput and efficiency, but think about the being a bus. It has the critical and irrevocable fault of being a bus. When it could be rail transport. I think the little circle... Originally I thought the little circle was like how quickly it's delivering its average person. But now I've come to believe that the little circle above the vehicle is actually indicating how full it is. And we have enough for a third tram, so we slow down. And then we wait for them to be a little bit more spatially separated. Woo, then we add in the third tram. Speed back up. Yeah, that looks good. Now let's look at our stats. Our coverage is nearly what we need it to be. We needed 40%. The company value is still far less than it needs to be, though. No idea what these things do. I mean, basic price sounds fairly reasonable. We need one going to the stadium. The thing is, the cost of adding in a single extra tram is so high. So what? Solar is advocating for like a tram to city centre, maybe line. We probably could have actually gotten the coverage that was required if I had have come down here, across there, and then up. And maybe also zigzagged out to there, rather than coming straight down. Because that would have allowed me to put a station here, which would have covered this. And one over here, which would have maybe even extended out to there a little bit. Because we are definitely going to need something else to, You heard something else was cheaper, but also infinitely more bossy. So what might we do about this? We could create one line that goes there, there, there. Or do we create two? One that does like this. Possibly even going into the city center. Yeah, let's start laying track for that. So we're saying the new line goes into the city center. Goes that way, then it makes a right-hand turn. Comes up to here. Goes to here. Down to there. Like that. There we go. Add in some stations. One outside the water park, maybe? Damn, it's never going to cover that thing. Oh, and you can't place them where there's no sidewalk. So the best we can do there is there. And we wanted one sort of here, one sort of there. That's probably about right. And now let's create a new line. Create the northern loop, or north to central. Okay. It starts here. Oh, that renamed it. No, 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 no. How do I make a new one? How do I make a new one? I don't want to kill it. How do I make a new one? Maybe we just start drawing a new one? But I feel like this is saying that it's going to edit the existing one. There we are. New line. Okay. New line, click or drag. Sure. So up here, you start here. You then come down to the stadium. You then come down to here. You then come across to this. Up to here. Up to here, and then you close your loop. Okay, tick. Your name is North to Central. We need to give you a vehicle, so I need to wait a couple of months for the money for the vehicle. Come on, I need like 80k more. Chop chop. Maybe we should raise the fare? Or maybe I should just be a little bit more patient. Trouble is, we've only got like 11 months left. And 9. You know what? Actually, there is another solution, which is yoinking this tram from the other line. How do we do that? We come here. Come here. How do I yoink a train out of you? Like this. And then we select this line. And we shove our train into you. Done! Yes. And then when we have our 200k, we can add tram number 3 back into this. Potentially. How is value looking? And how is new coverage looking? Coverage is 55%, but company value is only a third of what it needs to be. So I don't know if it's an or both. Where's the bloody level info thing? Here we go. There, $1 million and 40 by 4. I'm assuming it's both and we've earned half the money we're going to need to have. So what if we up the price? I have no idea what these numbers would do other than the, like, basic price and price per zone sounds like more money the more you make it. But what do the other two mean? Who knows? 83 people waiting there is pretty bad. Okay, so it wants us to have a second one on the outer loop. So I think when this guy gets here, he's going to eat up these 120. Yes, so we need a second one on the outer loop. Purchase. Rip money. Which one is selected? The northwest one, true. Add in second train, go. Second tram. Help deal with this. Three months left. At least our coverage is alright. Nah, there's no way in 1 month we make 300k. Speed up and see if it tells us we lose in a month. Maybe add in one more train to the other loop again. go. Company values reached $1 million. Got too late? Was it too late? Yeah, it was too late. Boo! Look. Oh, but it was 1.5 million, wasn't it? No, it was 1. 1 million and 40%. 55% coverage and we're over 1 million. Boo! Boo! Close. Raise price sooner and I think we have that. Exit game isn't actually exit game. Try again. Slow down. Bye. Tram, do. Rip money. Track exist. Now maybe I should go and ignore outer suburbia and instead have this deal with city people. There we go. So we're ignoring a little bit of outer suburbia to cover a bit more of this, and this has become slightly longer to capture more of that. Alright, that looks about right. Beautiful. Go. City loop. We get our video. Really does look like 7. Bloody models. The characters. Is there a similar animation for the bus system? If you start a bus system, we may never know. I need to rearrange my windows again, because it doesn't like playing videos. Alright. And we leave that running and making money for a sec. I'm going to go grab a drink. Yeah. Be back shortly. And we're back. Has it been making money? It has. Just not as quickly. I should have left it running faster. Whoops. Alright. Now, last time we said we probably should have increased the fare cost from the beginning. So allow base price higher. Price increases at a higher rate. There are more potentials for price increases, and the size of area until there is a price increase, if I'm interpreting those things correctly, smaller. All of that should mean more moolah. Now that all is rather strange. Here, the way that the tickets work, you buy a ticket, you can either buy a $2 ticket, you can either buy a 2-hour ticket or a day pass. You buy a 2-hour ticket, as long as you start trip within the 2 hours, you can catch a bus, then a tram, then a bus, then a train. You can catch any combination of these, or bus, then different bus, get off, catch another bus. As long as you start the final leg of your journey within the 2 hours, for the 2-hour ticket, you're fine. And for the day trip one, you can catch any combination and number of buses and trains and trams for the day. So all of this fare leg length and distance of fare stuff has whoosh, whoosh over my head, because we don't really do it where I am. Not for public transport. Can we also pay our people less? We could. I have no idea what numbers these need to be, though. Let's just leave it at default and assume the default value is okay. G'day, Maury. We're slowly learning the game, we think. It had 0 tutorial. Literally 0 in the way of tutorial. It just dumps you into the first level and says, go! No, here's how you move the camera. No, here's how you buy a train. Don't let all these cars go. You should have priority. Now, our tram seems very, very empty compared to how full it used to be. Maybe I drove up prices too much? What if we dropped this instead? Does that make for more passengers? Oh, cheers, Thief's Day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A luckier number than last month? It feels like the numbers have gone up waiting at the station. And as long as the train isn't full... Well, tram isn't full. I don't think you can rename... You can rename lines, Nemablood, but I haven't seen the ability to rename individual trains. It just tells you what the type of the train is. This actually seems to have been worse. It seems to have been better when we went around outer suburbia than through the inner city. Which is weird. Would I want to live here? I'd prefer living in these single family homes than this horrendous apartment kind of thing. So yeah, genuinely yes. I don't want to hear it every time my neighbor takes a step or farts. You know, we've got our house, and then the horses between us and the neighbours, and that's about the right distance. Let alone having another house right next to you. Finally, this is getting about as busy as it should be. We almost have enough money for that second train. Stop. Doesn't mean everyone does. I mean, it's not like that everywhere, Salah. Sydney is dog boxes. Everyone lives in bloody dog boxes in Sydney. Add in second train. Actually, wait, because I want them to have a bit more space between them. Now go. They live in a dog box. It's colloquial for tiny, shitty apartment. You know, it's meant to make you think of the plastic things that you transport dogs in airplanes in. A box for a dog. Except that in this case, the meaning is quaint and cozy. Yes. There's the truth, and there's the truth. Yeah, there's no way this is going to make enough money. Not in 4 years. Maybe. Yeah, okay, maybe. Maybe we will. Because the number of people waiting at these stations is going up, and 2 of the trains are essentially full, so adding in a third isn't crazy. But we've only got 12 months left. 11 months left. And we're at only like less than half the value we need to be. Okay, time to jack up those prices. Pay through the nose, peasants. Now that you're all dependent on us. Six months left. I don't see it happening. Pause. We need to expand our coverage, so what are we going to do? We're going to do the same thing where we add in a loop there. Or maybe we add a here down to here loop. Go like that. Except you take a right to here. Over to there. And then back down to there. Add in some stations. Okay, that's all you're getting. New line. Then to there. Up to here. Back to where you started. Give a name. City West. Chuck it a tram. There we go. Definitely need a second one there. Well, maybe not. It's not full yet, and it's done one loop. No, but it's going to get full when it visits these two. We do need a second one. There's enough money for a second one. Buy. City West. Add in second tram. Go. Three months left. In 3 months we gotta make 200k. Prices have never been higher. $100 a ticket. 2 months. One month. Come on, 40k. 30k. 10k. 1k. Yes! Come on, that's $1 million. You have won! Yes! You have fulfilled the requirements of this mission. The next mission is released to you. You can end this mission or continue playing. Next mission. Glorious victory, and without a single bus. Next, Kirkham. The quiet town of Kirkham is the scene of your second challenge. Although the 6 residential tower blocks in the suburbs are certainly not a prestige object for the town, they sure are a good starting point for profitable bus lines. I think not. 8 years, $2 million, 50% coverage. Slow down. Okay, so let's have a look. What have we actually got? Again, we start with barely enough money for a single tram. I'm thinking approximately that shape. And maybe later we add this other half of the city. Let's buy our tram. No! Oh, that's evil. We're only allowed buses. The horror. The horror. Well, if I'm not allowed to not have buses, I guess I have to just live with buses. Oh, God damn it, that's on the wrong side of the road. Okay, that feels about right. Although, actually, you know what? We'll do it slightly differently. There. New route. Build. Too good for an honest bus. There is no such thing. Here. What the heck? Oh, okay, you go this way. Then... like, this is the opposite of the way I have designed this. You know what? No. I don't care. Let me kill it. I don't want to go there. No, I'll start the level again. If I have to. Which was this one. I'm not building if I don't want to build there. Okay, those pick up everyone. There's one there. There. There, that looks good. Time to create. Starting here. Going there. Really? Can't I force you to go this way? No, because then you turn around. So how do I undo that? So I should actually start you on the other point. Sure, if that makes you happy. Delete it, try again. So we should start here. And then go to this one. I don't understand. Why can't the bus... Yeah, there we go. Be less stupid and do that. Okay. And this is what? southwest. Two normal buses. We don't have a good sense of how many buses you need per thing. Oh, and there is a video. Surprised the bus didn't mow down the person. Evil things that they are. Give me a sec. I need to rearrange my windows again, because every time it plays a video, it yoink, rearranges my windows. Alright. Next where? Well, let's look at what else we can do. New line. Make. Say it starts from here. Really? Why wouldn't you just go... Yes, like that. Then like this. And then like that. Actually, no, that's garbage. Undo. How are we gonna have you go? There is obvious enough. I guess then here. 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 There? That's basically city central. Sure. Buy two crappy buses for that. Two per line. Now, how much coverage do we actually need for the level? 50. Well, let's see how much coverage this gives. Really? This is 9%? And we definitely need more buses. Look at how many people are waiting there. Okay, the buses that store 40 are a bit more reasonable, although rip money. 1, 2. Add 1 to each line. Okay, so there's 2 tiny buses and 1 big bus per line. Let's see how that goes. Hell, we could even have 2 more big buses per line. Oh, sorry, 1 more big bus per line. Yeah, go for it. Maybe not that one. Well, actually, no, there's enough people waiting there. Sure, we'll give you as well. Why not? Let's have a look at how hideous these things are. The little one looks more like a taxi. And that looks more like a tram than a bus to me. Well, when it turns, it looks a bit more bus-like. So many people waiting. So very many people waiting, but at least coverage is up. I didn't think it was actually 9%. I did think the game was lying. There was no way that we were covering such a tiny percent when we have realistically half the map covered. Speed up. This loop is making absolute buckets of money compared to this loop dealing with suburbia. Yeah, no. Okay, let's... We've done some learning. For that map. Try again with better design. Better design. Stop. I think the only thing that matters is delivering these people to this factory, really. There. Your job is to go that way. No, other way. I'm wrong. Kill. Try again. There we go. Your name is Clockwise Apartment 2 Factory. We'll grab 2 of the big chunguses. Get our video. Morning. So, get our video about the horrors of buses. Look at it. No one's waiting to get on the bus. Why would anyone? The very last moment, some poor crippled person, probably from a previous accident involving a bus, crawls on. I wonder if there's a way to turn those off. Give me a sec. I need to rearrange my windows because it absorbs my... Yeah, this... There we go. Wait. Give me my window back. We alt-tabbed out so that I'd have it back. There we go. Being so grumpy to great. Okay. He's not using a stick or complaining or anything. I complain whenever hopping on a bus, regardless of my level of crippledness. It's fine. Everyone hopping on a bus complains. And now we want the other way around. So... New line. Create. This one goes the other way. There. It is called Counterclockwise. Bus life is great. The factory. Okay. We give it 2 chunguses. Accidentally ate one too many. Give back. He deserves 2. There we go. Now there's 2 on each. Even though at the moment it's pretending there's only 1 on each. That looks good. All the people that need to get from here to the factory, or the factory to here, are getting back and forth quite happily. It's great until you miss the... yeah. Boom! Okay, now what does this mean for our various stats? Coverage, not even 10%. But we are covering the importantest people, i.e. the densest people to serve. And it looks like we have an adequate level of service. So then what? Okay, here's another factory. So we should probably do the same thing, but where we go ding, ding, ding. Maybe we create an outer loop. And then we'll move this one, seeing as it seems to be oversupplying that loop to this other loop. Slow down. So I would like to build a simple stop sign one. We're going here. And we'll have a stop sign there. 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 There, and that's the loop. Goes that way. New line. Create. It starts here. Goes to there. To there. To here. There. To there. To here. All the way along this. It catches both sides of the apartment block. Okay. So that is what? Apartment block Greater Suburbia? Oh, I didn't click tick. Okay, again. Here. Make. There we go. The Greater Loop. And where was that vehicle breakdown? Yeah, you. The one that's on loop 2. So we're gonna yoink you, and you are now gonna serve the greater loop. And then we'll see how many we need servicing that loop. One more, maybe? Where are they all going? I thought they'd get off at the... mostly over here and near this, but the bus is apparently mostly full, and I don't know where they're... Are they going to the water park? No, where are they going? It's unclear. But it's certainly very full, so we need a second one. Yeah, there we go. They finally did get off at these factories in this shop. New 2023 year game? No. No, this game is more millennial in its release date than modern. Two seems to be dealing well enough. So now what do we do? Well, I guess we look at how much coverage we're getting. How much do we need for the victory condition? We've got the victory conditions coverage. How are we doing for money? Money could be better. It would kind of be nice if there were, like, map modes where you could see... Here's how many people are currently not being serviced. I mean, for the moment, I kind of need to add a loop that does these two. So maybe these two to down here, these two to here. So here, 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 there. How do I want to do it? I guess these guys just suck. It sucks to live right there because you're never going to get service. Yeah, cars are probably a somewhat of an indicator rather than a explicit map mode. New line. So it exists to go from here. There. Here. 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 There. Sure. Central Loop 1. One big bus. Give. Get going. Both of the one buses are currently very full and have lots of people waiting for them. So we should probably build a third number 1 bus. This one. Give you extra bus. $127 waiting. 90 waiting. Better. Come on. 30 waiting. Even better. 0. 0 waiting. Perfect. Now what's waiting is line 3. So we should up the number 3 buses by 1. We'll go with 1 big bus. couple more moments when we have the cash. There we go, slow down. Buy, chunky bus. Add you to line 3. Back up. Probably even one more to line 3 based on how many are waiting here. And 2 definitely needs another. Yeah, 2 needs one more. Woo. There you go. You may have another one. There we go. Now, pick up from here is reasonable, but we need several more on 3. Does line 1 have a spare bus or 2? Line 1 could maybe get rid of 1, based on how empty they are. Yeah, that's an idea. And if we, like, yoinked you away, shoved you over to currently line 3. New vehicle. Diesel. 30 people. Blah, blah, blah. Are you better or worse than the old one? So it's just a cheaper version of the big bus. Oh no, it's cheaper, but it's got less capacity. So it's just slightly more attractive version of the medium bus. Not interested. Max capacity or bust. And now actually 2 is kind of empty. Got enough for another one on 3. Don't buy the bad one. Capacity is king. Yeah, let's absorb one of the 2s. Yoink. You're becoming a 3. Yoink. At least until 2 starts getting overwhelmed again. 4 actually looks happy all by itself. Let's check out our global stats. 70% coverage. We need what? So we're almost at the gold star for coverage. But for money, we're barely a quarter of the way to the goal, and yet we're almost halfway to the end date. Does look like one more 3 bus would be sensible still. Ka-ching. Line 3 is getting pretty chunky. 7 buses. And yet it needs more. Line 1 needs 1 more now. Sure. And so does 2. And so does 3. Even 7 isn't enough to keep up with 3. Hey, PDX Cowbell. Yeah, it's a lovely game. I am really hopeful that they keep doing a good job with it. And especially if they make it user moddable. I can see so many people doing like Star Trek Voyager mods, Battlestar Galactica mods, etc, etc. One more for 3, 1 more for 1. I will definitely be jumping back into that game when they actually add some more content again. Three needs still another. 3 is going to have more buses at this rate than every other line put together. Yeah, it actually does. It does have Farscape mod. My name is Crichton, John Crichton. I'm trapped, traveled through a wormhole. I'm on this ship, this living ship, full of strange aliens, my friends. Oh, it's so good. Actually, now I want to get the full intro. There we go. My name is Crichton, John Crichton. An astronaut. A radiation wave hit my ship, and I got shot through a wormhole. Now I'm lost in some distant part of the universe, on a ship, this living ship, full of strange alien life forms. Help me, help me. Listen, please, is anyone out there who can hear me? I'm being hunted by an insane military commander, doing anything I can, just trying to find a way home. If I make it back, if I open the door, Earth is unprepared for the nightmares I've seen. Or should I stay and protect my home? Not show them that you exist, but then you'll never know the wonders that I have seen. And the like, oh, it's amazing animatronics, not CG, beautiful puppetry. 3 still needs more. There's 150 people waiting, so... Chonk, chonk, chonk. 3 more for line 3. Chonk, chonk, chonk. It actually looks like we need 1 more for line 2. My side, your side. My side, your side. The old username that I went by, and still do in some places, like you look at my speedrun username, is Rigel the 16th. Dominar of the Hynarian Empire. So we need 1 more 2 for people coming back from the factories to here. Sure. And the like made up swear words so that they could get past the censors and still have swearing. Because the swearing wasn't a real swear word, it was a made up in-universe swear word. Three still needs more. There's 200 people waiting here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more for line 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See, all we've done is replaced the car traffic now with bus traffic. It's... ugh. Ugh. Look at all these buses swarming around the apartment complexes. I maybe went a bit mad with 8. We can yoink 2 out. 1, 2, you can go to line 1. Maybe 2 more line 3 ones can go away. Come on, get those 2 more number 1s there, and then line 1 will be happy. Okay, line 1 is happy. Line 2 is adequate-ish. Line 3 is happy. Line 4 is not. Sure, we'll give you a second bus. Why not? Here, have a second one. Have I tried typing Horn Tips Gazzardo? No, I have not. There is no chat. There is no chat thing. It looks like I might have gridlocked the apartment complex. It very much looks like that. And I don't know what to do about that. I mean, are we still making enough money? Yes. So, who cares? If we're still making money and we're still going to meet the coverage quota, just speed up, get things done. Even if it's slightly chunky, inefficient around the apartment complexes. This is why you don't use buses. The horror! No, I think the solution would be to use both sides of the road, either side of these things. So, like, if we... I could have bus stops on this side of this road as well, not just on the side touching them, and the same here. And so that way, rather than only using the inside street, they would be using the inside and outside. Oh no, I didn't mean to go to the menu. I'm sorry, continue. Although that would also mean creating twice as many lines. Like, you'd have to have the... You fulfilled the requirements of this mission. Okay, next. No. Next. Next map. I've won. So we won Lymington and Kirkham. Finchville. Small, 5,000-ish people, mission 3. You've shown that you can make money. However, this task makes you face a new challenge. Profit is not important. It doesn't matter if you make a profit. You must simply move as many people to schools, shopping centres, and leisure facilities. Shopping, go as you please. Go as you please, 40. School, 40, 40, 40. Leisure, as you please, 40, 40. So as long as kids get to school, we win. As long as 40% of people get to school. If I'm understanding that correctly. For the bronze medal. So where is school? That's a museum of art. Hospital. Petrol. School. So it's this shaped building. Are there any others? Shopping center, shopping center. Villa. Shopping center. Factory. An extremely big bakery. No, it looks like this is the only... oh no, there's two of them. This and this. Now, I know it says you don't need money, but how am I going to supply all these services without money for systems? So I think we still do make profit-making enterprises. And what is going to be the most profit-making? This city is actually nice and gridded. So we could do loops, like, along every major grid line. And now the important question. Are we allowed non-buses again? We are allowed trams again. Although it is so expensive compared... well, it's not actually that bad compared to the big buses. Compared to the big buses, it's only like 4 times as expensive. Nah. Tram or bust, so... the heck? Yeah, thank you. There's the first loop. Okay. Done. Southwest loop. Get our glorious tram animation. A Korok, not the Korok, is all I can think of when I see that guy's face. Give us a sec, we need to rearrange our windows. So it moves my windows when it goes into that video playing mode. Okay, speed up. And watch our glorious new Tran. Well, it's definitely not going to get overwhelmed by usage at that current rate. Hell, we could conceivably even expand it to... So how would I do that? Up, down, up, down, up, down, there? Stop it. Ah, yes, I'm misunderstanding because I'm not being right-hand drive brain. There we go. So now we need a station there, 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 approximately there, 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 and say there. Now we change your loop. So your new loop is here. Hello? What am I not understanding about rerouting? Click a point on the line in order to fix a new starting point. Here. Okay, you've got to erase the old one bit by bit. Fair enough. So it goes... And then we go... Here, here... 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 Here. 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 There. Now your loop is closed. Tick. Go. Now that might actually use this tram up to capacity. Yeah, look at all those people waiting at whatever this is. Waiting at the Museum of Art. Costs $13 million to destroy the Museum of Art. How much does it cost to destroy the Gigafactory? The museum is more expensive to destroy than the Gigafactory. The museum is more expensive than a hospital or a school. The stadium is the only thing that we can find that costs more to destroy than the Museum of... Oh, no. Also, the assembly hall. Yeah, we should clearly become the museum. Okay. Save up a little more, add a second one to this loop. Because it's now over capacity. If that means we have to jack up the price... then we jack up the price. Almost there. Stop. Second tram, exist. Go. We might even want a third one? Based on how full the passengerage is for the Museum of Art. Woo. Third one. Add. Go. Hell, a fourth one. Yeah, a fourth one. Woo. Number 4. Exist. Okay, that has stabilized things. Now, how are we doing for our required coverages? Schools, 40%? Now, I don't know whether this means percent of our total traffic. No, I think that means coverage for each type of thing. Because those numbers don't add up to... Oh, maybe. Because all those numbers separately, 8 plus 22 plus 4 plus 8 adds up to 42. How do I tell if I'm meeting my goal for... My assumption is that this means that I'm only meeting half my goal for that. So I need twice as much school coverage in theory. How are we going to deal with that? I think we will have to use some buses, sadly. Hey, Big Bad Brute. Unless I can build tram lines where there's nothing, which I've never investigated before. No, you can't. You can't build tram lines where there's no existing train line. So we are going to be forced to use some buses. Though it saddens me deeply. So that deals with that bit of suburbia. That deals with that bit of suburbia. Those two stops deal with that bit of suburbia. You deal with that one. You deal with that one. Then we're going to need out here. The ambient sound is kind of honky. There is lots of honking. Three. I'm going to say there. 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 Okay. Then we grit our teeth and deal with having to have some buses. New line. Come on, let me... That feels terrible that you have to go all the way here to grab this one. But I don't think there's a way around it. So this is the South Suburbia bus loop. We get our horrible bus animation. Nearly kill someone. Cough, 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 cough. Give me a sec. Need to rearrange my windows again because it noticed my window arrangement every time it plays a video. Okay. Then we will deal with this bit of suburbia. It's not the most elegant that it does that loop, but it's livable. The only thing I'd say is we need to add a station there. Oh no, it's already there. So why hasn't that bus visited? Well, we'll see. Maybe it will visit it and I'm just thinking it won't. Okay, and then we need one that deals with here. We've got one that does both of these. This and this is dealt with by line 2. Fingers crossed. Oh my... Okay, we gotta redo the one that we just started. Because it's me, that's me. I shouldn't have clicked start here. No. Seriously. New line. Rebuild the one I accidentally just deleted, because I'm an idiot. Exclamation mark idiot. I deserve it. Here. You know what? Go that way. And go that way. And go that way. Sure, why not do that? And then here, here, here. Back up to the start of your loop. Yes. East bus. Let that try again. And we want to do this one. This one is so far away, we will definitely need at least 2. So we grab 2 new buses. One, 2. We start creating the new line. It goes here, 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 here. And then I basically think you can just... Well, you could actually come down this way. Here, here. 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 I don't know why you don't want to just go straight. There. Then we could add 1 station here. And like 1 station there. And this is North Bus. It's going to need 2. And we wanted an extra station here. Here. And where was the other one? Here. There. Okay, let's let that run for a bit. And see what it makes of it. Now, weirdly, it doesn't look like 2 is actually delivering to here. So, what's going on with that? I need to put a station there? Trouble is, that's only going to hit one school. So I think we adjust this. No, I should have done it here. I'm sorry. Let me undo. Okay, we can fix that now. So, erase. You come here. Yes, you go there. Then you come down here. You grab this one. Then 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 you come here. Then you close your loop. There. There we go. Now 2 accepts that it's delivering to the schools. 3 has always accepted it's delivering to the schools. Should be fine. Less fine is how many people want to get there for 4. So we need to add like 2 more. Double-decker bus. The elephant. Let's have a look at you compared to the stats of... I mean, it costs like twice as much, but it has twice as much capacity. Everything seems way too linear. There seems to be very little reward for building the bigger capacity things in terms of purchase cost. I suppose it's slightly better than the old one, but it's pretty much exactly 2 of them, right? Actually, this one is still better. This to this is about a 1-to-1 ratio, whereas this to this is a lot worse than 1-to-1. So sorry, but this bus wins. I don't know why you'd want the double-decker bus. It's apparently garbage. Let's build 3 more for line 4. There. Wet time flow. See if that's going to work. And then where were these things with free transport for students? So that hopefully these actually provide students. What do you mean no alternative is known? There's a bus that starts here and goes to your school. You idiots. And it's even free. You have nothing to complain about. School, car, because there is no alternative. Bull. Absolute bull. You can turn off. I only want to see schools. So why is this highlighted? No, seriously, I've turned on viewing schools. Why is the school not shown? There we go. So those are the only two schools. I was correct. Oh, sweet Jesus. What are all these little dots? Okay, direction arrows. No, thank you. The direction arrows are a little bit much. I don't get why they're saying there's no way to school other than a car when they have a bus that goes to the schools. School is up to 35. But 35 is not enough. 4 needs possibly 2 more buses. Actually, it looks like it could do with 2 more than that. Hell, we'll just do 4 more. Yeah, there we go. Finally, it's accepting. Look, there's passengers wanting to go to school on number 2. I've got 1 year to get this last 5%. Like, do you literally need to build a bus stop outside every house to use a school bus? G'day, Double Danger Dad. This map doesn't seem giant. Look at it, it's Look at that level of zoom. And yet the detail when you're up close. No, there are things that I don't necessarily love about it, but it certainly looks a lot nicer than, say, Railroad Tycoon 2. I cannot argue that point. There we go. Finally, 2 accepts it needs more passengers. We need to add probably 2 more to number 1. There. Well, that's still not enough. In fact, I think this has gone down by 1%. I'm not really sure what else I can do. I feel like pretty much every single housing location is supposedly covered. Maybe I could put one here. This is Jowood. It explains the neat graphics. I had never heard of them before this, that I know of. Four still needs some more. Maybe 2 more on 4. There. The rest, I think, is just letting some time pass. And maybe adding in the emergency extra. So... there. What do you mean 9 line is not closed? What? Here. 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 Turn around. Go down to the school. Loop around the school. Here. And come back. Thank you. Your name is Extra Central Coverage. Let's say 3 of you on that. There, no complaining. You thought I might have heard of them since they're from Australia? I had not. No, I think that's fine. Look at how empty these ones are. It's just a case of they need to balance the new ones. Let's think about this. If 90% is 30, then 100%'s only going to be like 39. I don't know that there is a way to get this up to the 40% number that they wanted. I think that's impossible. But you know what? Let's just spam out 1,000,000 extra bosses on each of the lines, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20, 21, 22, 27, 28, 29, 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 8. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. There. There is no way... If the kids choose not to use the now infinite number of free buses, I don't know how to force them to do so. I could maybe make my staff counters friendly. And make our people even friendlier. And do TV advertising, radio advertising, other advertising. Okay, so it looks like that was the answer. Spend money on advertising and bribing our train drivers to be extra nice. We used some buses. Trams still cover the majority of the city. Buses are for outer suburbia, little outer suburbia, and little outer suburbia. Trams take care of the city. Anyway, we won. Next map. Exit, because it actually means, do you want to end this map? Campaign. Original. Yes. So we just did provide schooling. Auckland? We're in New Zealand? Many people in this confined space. This does not please the people who live in such surroundings. But the transport companies rub their hands. In this mission, the required company value should not be present a problem for you anymore. But do not underestimate the further requirements. My best Kiwi. 8 years to get... What the hell is MIO? Before it was million. And what is work? Maybe it means we need to deliver 50% of people to work. So slow right down. Office, office, office. These are apartments. Software park. Where children can go play on the software. This dead end is disgusting, so is this. That looks very doable. No, go the way I want you to go. This way. This way. And up to here. Down this way. That'll do. Okay, by tram. Build some stations. It doesn't want me to capture that one. Well, it sucks. There we go, I like that. There's your loop. Go. City East. Get our animation. Okay, I need to rearrange my windows because it murders my windows. Just a sec. You over here. Back to the game. Alright, how does this go? Now, I felt very much like boosting these up to extremely nice was worthwhile. Morning, Mastani. G'day, g'day, g'day. Charge an arm and a leg. I really would have thought we would grab more people this way. Because this is not getting anywhere near the customerage I expected. I expected this to be like half full. It's not even a quarter full. Does no one want to go home? I mean, if... You know what? If the tram isn't full, we might as well improve our image using the, using the ability to have free stuff. Maybe people don't like to drive over the whole city to get one stop backwards? Sorry? I don't think the game cares about that, Jarkus. As long as the stations aren't overflowing, I don't think the game cares about which direction people are being delivered in. maybe I'm wrong. It certainly has only ever felt like it doesn't like it when the stations are overflowing. Otherwise, they have the little green happy faces. No alternative is known. Maybe they're just not, like, I don't have connected the right people to the right workplaces? I might try that loop next time? Because this does not look like it's going to be a successful attempt. Not at all. Finally, traffic is on the rise. Yeah, look at all the people waiting to go to the tennis courts. There we go, now the tram is actually full. You can hear the office phones from this great height. Yeah. Okay. Second tram, once we can afford it, now that this loop is producing enough people. Yeah, we definitely could use a second one. Need to wait for 50k though. Maybe we could boost our price even more. And turn off the free leisure. You will now all pay. Second tram, do. And a second, third tram, do. You wouldn't want to use a tram that's only got a 50% chance to... If that, these ones are at like 1 in 7% chance. Another one. Add. But it looks like the third one means we're now actually meeting pretty much capacity. Right, when this one is arriving at places, it's fixed all of them but this one. Go one more. Yeah, that's cleared up the backlog. Everywhere is happy again. Well, everywhere except this one. Give it a moment. Now even it's going to be happy. Okay. What next? Supposedly we need 30% work coverage, and we currently have 3. That doesn't seem encouraging. Not even a little bit. We'll create a crappy little bus thing to take care of this cul-de-sac. And in here, two of them. There. I don't know. That's East City Edges. Get the horrible video about the bus. The French spelling would be cul-de-sac. Bus finish. Rearrange our windows again. It'd be lovely if it didn't rearrange my windows forcefully every time one of those videos played. Or if there was perhaps an option to turn off those videos. We've seen them once now. I don't think seeing them every single level is particularly valuable. Okay, where next? %. That feels kind of reasonable. Maybe we should go the other way. Cool. Sure, that'll do. Done. Now, new tram. New line. Actually, no, we need stations. That looks about as good as that's going to get. There we go. So, boom, boom, does a loop around there. Comes up, does a loop around here. Sure. City West. Or City Southwest. Speed up. The Weasel. An electric city bus that only holds 20 people. Blech. For some reason, everyone wants to catch the bus there, so we'll have to add some more. Say 4. There we go. Have a whole bunch more. No more complaining about not enough service. Yeah, that looks good. What about this thing? A second one seems reasonable. There we go. Then what? Then we need to deal with this. So I kind of like the idea of that. Down here. Do we go in and out? And in and out? And then around that. Yeah, I think I can live with that. Oh, but you aren't allowed to turn around. Really? You aren't allowed to turn around on this. Well, that changes some things. Yeah, that loop's okay. Add some stations. There. Grab 2 trams for this. Well, we can only afford 1, so 1 for the moment. There we go. Northwest. Lovely. And I could happily steal like 3 of those buses. Yeah, let's let free students again. If everything is underloaded, we might as well increase number of people running and our image. This is like the only bit that isn't serviced, that little edge here. So let's create another outer edge servicing thing. We were going to yoink 3 of these. And create a new line. Sorry, what's going wrong? How about no? There we go. Okay, the only thing is that that station is now on the wrong side. Sure. Edge coverage 2. Edge coverage west. Yeah, looks good. Two. Kind of looks like it needs 2 more. And 1 needs 1 more. Yeah, otherwise that looks good. Okay, let's spend money, make people love us. Good. Enough that I'm willing to add an extra one into the 4. Turbo diesel. 60 people is actually meaningfully improved. But for 80k... Yet I'm not seeing it here. Am I blind? Maybe it'll appear at the end of the month or something. Looks like we maybe need one more number 1. Yeah. Actually, we'll do 2 more. We got money to spend. Boom, boom. I'd rather have too many than not enough. Especially because it's going to take a while to flow through all the way to these tennis centers. Five appears to need like 4 more buses. No, I'm sorry, this one still looks like the best. 1, 2, 3, 4. For line 5. Go. One more tram for line 4. Because both of these are basically full. I'd rather have them be like 2/3 full. Feel safe with their supply versus demand. The tennis center has stabilized. Yeah, I'm happy with this loop. This loop looks good. Loop 5 is a little bit oversupplied, but better than being undersupplied. That said, we're still supposedly only dealing about a third of what we need to for the victory. 3 needs a lot more. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. More than double your number of trams. Maybe even 2 more. Can afford 1 more. Come on, give it a sec. We'll have 2. This has largely stabilized. Maybe a little bit more buses for 2. Like 2 more. But first, let's grab these extra trams. Or this line. And 2 buses for 2. Four is fantastic. 5 is fantastic. Three is still stabilizing because we tripled 3's supply. Yeah. Still, supposedly we're only meeting about a third of the... a third of what we need to. 1 sec. Cough, 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 cough. What do you mean there is no alternative? Okay, this needs its own extra buses, you say? There we go. We could maybe reroute the 5 to take care of that. There we go. Now 5 takes care of these as well. It is a little bit inefficient to have them going past this bit twice, but... Still more 2s. That's hard to believe, but if you say so, game. Three more 2s. There's still not enough people using this. Everyone is apparently driving to here. You know what, we'll create a counterclockwise loop here as well. There. Grab, say, 10 buses. Oh, it thinks that this is a train. No. Try again. No, something went wrong there. No, 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 no. There we go. Inner city east. There. And the only thing is I should probably create one station on that side. Maybe one like there. That'll do. Kind of wish I knew how to delete. Can we get rid of... There. Perfect. Now all of these houses should be adequately serviced by number 6s. %82 coverage, yet still only 20% work. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. If I've got 82% and 22 work and I need to get to 40... Get to 30, I'd need like 150% coverage. The math doesn't check out. The only other thing I can think of is maybe, like, some people from this block, well, this block and or this block want to get to the other block. So we could create a way of getting up and down between the two blocks. $24 extra buses. So I would like you to go... here. Actually, undo some of that. There. Sure. 7, 7. We could put one here. 7. One about. No, there's one there. 7, 7. Good. Maybe one here. Seven. Yeah, that looks good. Chuck 12 trains onto the new Line 7. So what's this? This is the southwest. Oh no, the east-west connector. And then we need to do the same thing up here. East-west connector south. And then we need east-west connector north. No, you've won. Continue. Stop. Suddenly it jumped to 30%. Hey, whatever. Last we looked, that was like 13%, and it suddenly jumped to 40. Not gonna complain. Alright then. Next mission. Exit level. Campaign. Next. Hurst. That said, give me a min. I need to yoink, grab a drink, use the restroom. I will be back shortly. Then we'll take on the next level. All right. And we're back. Yeah. Rearrange our windows once more. Rearrange those. Yeah. Windows one last time. Yeah, we look good. Go for it. Okay. Wait. Why have you... Oh, because we're in the menu. Hurst. Map size. Small. Inhabitants. Let's say 8,000. A town built as if on a drawing board. The distinct symmetry should make your task easy, although in the suburbs there are many cul-de-sacs, which force your buses to take inconveniently long indirect routes. Bold of them to assume we'll be using buses. Company value, 1 million by 8 years. Coverage, 40-40-40. Shopping, leisure. So we want like 30% coverage of most things. Slow down. Change. I need my windows back the way they belong. Thank you. Good enough. Okay, let's have a look. Oh yeah, look at all these cul-de-sacs. Blah, blah. So let's just get a feel for what wants to be connected to where. So these things seem like they are big employers. Alright, I reckon we take care of this bit first. So, hello, glorious tram. Goodbye, money. You can't reach all 4 of these from here. You have to go down the cul-de-sacs. I think I can live without that person. Right, this plus this gets all of these houses here except that one. Maybe that one. Alright. There we go. There's loop 1. We get our video. glorious rail-based transport. No filthy buses yet. To rearrange our side windows once more. Okay. Students and other things are free for the moment. Yes, free and free. And we'll do the other kind of advertising. We will make our people ultra-friendly. And extremely reliable. And go. Come on, tram, you should have priority here. Oh yes, we need to boost up our costs. So this is expensive. So is this. So is this. This is smaller than normal. Alright, and when we get a second one here, because there's clearly enough spacing in this loop to fit two. I don't like the way these cars are stopping him from exiting this, though. I really wish there was a way to say, like, these don't count as a continuous road. You have to, else I don't get this building and this building. Right? I don't capture these two, the big workplaces, if I don't go down at least these two. And by that stage, why not go down this one as well to capture these? I've got to do two of the three. Do three of three for the sake of prettiness. If I have to do this again, I might skip this one. To begin with, yes, we have to do these two, but maybe this one isn't worth because of how much traffic gets backed up here, which then backs up around there. In any case, if we're super full of people now, we can stop subsidizing things. Yeah, okay, we do. Fine, we're back to giving away things for free. Speed up. God, those are murder. Money does not really appear to be going up. Hello? Well, I guess I have to live without the advertising. How many years do we have? 8. We might get there. Like, it's gonna snowball a fair bit once we get to 2. 2 trams here. So it's looking like it's going to take more than till the end of the year to get that second tram. Why? Because the waiting time is unacceptable. Well, as soon as we get up to 2 service, that's going to super snowball then, because service time's going to double. Woo! Yes. Double, go. Good. This one's gone up to green. Littlest Morin will have a third one, and that's probably enough for that loop. Woo. Damn it. There we go. Add number 3. Okay, then we look at doing the same thing with these two. Methinks. Oh hell, one more. There. But that's the last one. Yeah, green happy, green happy, green happy, green happy, medium green happy, yellow but improving, and green happy. Now the only one that's even slightly unhappy is the entertainment center thing. Shopping center. Once we got like 280, we'll probably be ready to build the next expansion. There we go, slow down. And let's look at where your people live. Your people live here. So what I'm seeing is we probably want to go here, 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 here. Maybe even like that. Zoop, zoop. Possibly even zoop, zoop. And complete that loop. So there is zero question that we want to... Well, actually, let's look at what the stops can cover. In this case, we can go straight across. I can live without you. Backrats those 3. gets those two. What are these things? These are also workspaces? But we don't really need to cover that. These guys need sort of a loop here. There. Actually, no. It will need to be here. Whatever. I'm not deleting it. It's already built. It's not like you get refunded your money back. Let's start planning the track. So... Come on. Good. Sure, give him in. And this. And then... Come on. There we go. Nah, it doesn't want me to build it that way. God, that's painful. No! There we go. And finally, there. And we're good. Alright. That said, there is a friend of the family that has just turned up, and it would be impolite of me not to go say hello. I don't get to see them often, so we're going to have to call it there. Chunk. Cheers all. Thank you for joining. I hope you have had a lovely time. Who's up and about that I can throw you to? So I can go catch up with this person. Zarv's up. We'll throw you along to Zarv. Nope. No. I gotta spell it right. There we go. Cheers all. Peace. Have a great time. I think we will definitely return to this for another week. Who knows? Maybe Maud himself may even join us.